Okay, hi everyone. I was just looking at the Slack channel, making sure there weren't any questions going on there. Um,
I had a
you know,
question,
the
Luke. I don't know if you saw that
yeah,
question.
yeah,
Assignment is
yeah,
due
I
17th, right?
answered.
Not today. Okay. Awesome.
Right. Yeah, it's 2 weeks. If there was an accidental math issue, um, I'm I'm sorry if that happened. The official due date is 2 weeks after the last class, um, but this is the extended studies. You guys are all working professionals. Um, you're not a on-campus normal student in the tank top at San Diego at the San Diego campus. You've got a job, maybe even a tie, and you get a lot more leeway on such things. Um, so kind of think about it as I'm kind of one of those nice professor types, and just extend that out to its kind of nice professors everywhere when it's executive learning like this. So reach out to the learning success manager so that they know. And as long as it's not something outrageous, I want to be months and months late. Um, I I can't imagine there would be any time where that would be a problem. To be, days late, weeks late is probably fine, but make sure the LSM, because administratively, in fact, it's a great lead into where we are going this weekend. The next class, LMS course 6, course 5, nope, course 6. The numbering system gets out of whack for me, but it's building products that matter from PRD to execution. Um, and The PRD is the product requirements document, and that's the whole point of the PRD, to um, make sure that all of the administrative stuff, which are requirements, just not the big ones, for a learning management system. It's about grades and rubrics and making sure things are turned in. But there's still another requirement that we got to treat the executive students differently because they have different circumstances. Oftentimes, without a PRD, the developers just might not ever find out, and we run into problems like this, that there's something that should be done officially and formally different, and it is not. um, anyway, keep on with the questions if you have more questions in the Slack channel. um, but every time I've answered one, there's always, and by the way, make sure you send a note to the Learning Success Manager, the LSM. Um, and in a nutshell, that is because there may be some administrative thing that needs to needs to happen, some status in the administrators panel to make sure that uh, cutoffs aren't enforced the same way they might be um, for a first year student who's living on campus in the dorms. So, uh, any other questions though about the assignment that's out there, and and do. I think just working through it, everyone seems to be doing well, but got to make sure. Cool beans. Awesome. Okay. So, as I mentioned, we're going to jump in to the next there we are. Jump into the next set of learnings, and aha, you should be seeing behind me. That is the organizational chart from the top of the dragon head or mountain master, all the way down to middle managements, operation managers, and such for the Chinese triads. Now, we're not going to actually talk about the Chinese triads. We're going to talk about the product triad, but there's not much opportunity to go OG like that for me. So I thought that was kind of cool. And what we're going to be talking about is specifically about the how product managers like you guys are working with UX designers and engineers. Spoiler alert, that is the triad, and how the PRD, the product requirements document, is really the key to making all of that work. I think I just got a new update to my office stuff because the Copilot is jumping up everywhere on me. I thought I had actually turned that one off. So if you will excuse that for just a second, I need to re-share so that I get the AI chatbot out of my way. That and we can get back to that. We can get back to that slide. Has anyone that's using the Microsoft 365, which they've kind of rebranded to Copilot. Are you finding that to be the case, that they are so gung-ho that they are trying to turn it on everywhere, and in my case, even in places where they turned it off? But have you noticed that? Or has anyone noticed that? Maybe it is just me. No one? Well, maybe it is just me. Yeah. You've noticed that too? Yeah, there is actually today we're actually in the curriculum, we're going to get a little bit into AI, but there have been a few people that have brought up that they'd like to get to a more advanced level here, and I agree. So we will be jumping into a whole bunch of AI stuff There we are. In today's class, and that's actually a great lead in for why it is that we need to jump into some of the AI stuff. Right now, today, all of the, when I say all, I only mean 99.9999 of the industry having anything to do with technology is just bought in and sold on the future, and the future being AI. And because of that, there's some weirdnesses going on. So we'll talk about those, how those relate to product management, of course, but just in general, how to ride the wave, so to speak. And yeah, we finished that slide. So let me, there's my mouse. Let me go on to the next one. So to start out, to get everyone, and again, great example for the AI stuff, what I'm doing here and what the curriculum is doing here is setting context, right? Kind of come in, you're here, we have our pages, but still might be thinking of something else, or might be like, oh my God, I forgot to get my coffee, or you're not a morning person, whatever the thing is. By bringing up a slide like this and just kind of getting you to think about the world of products, and then specific products, you get in the mood, right? You're like, okay, now we're talking about software. I'm thinking about software. They're talking about Google. Well, that's something we're going to be talking about with artificial intelligence. Very, very important, and oftentimes just ignored, and sort of hope for the best. Anyway, to the slide. Does anyone remember Google Zoom? It was back in like 2010. And it was revolutionary for the time, because at the time there was kind of email, you did emails, and chat, you did chat. You had pictures maybe in Facebook, but there was no connectivity amongst any of that kind of stuff. So they had the idea to bring it all together. And it was a giant failure. And let me just give you a hint as to why. Does anyone remember this? Google has lots of things that come out of their labs, so it's not surprising if you don't remember it. But sometimes there is someone that has used it and like, oh, I do remember that one. Any ideas about this one, or maybe a story about another Google product that you used to use and you liked it and they canceled it, or, one that's going on right now that is not so easy to use, or you'd love a change, or whatever.
Look, there was this Google Allo that used to be an instant messaging platform. I think that has been shut down in 2019, but that was also very famous. And later on, I think all those features have been adopted by WhatsApp.
Yes, that is a great point. Actually, it's not in these slides, but very very useful too, that as they come out with stuff, functionality features might go one place or another. Overall, mapping applications are the great example of that. It used to be that you had something like a Nuvie, and then they kind of got built in, and everyone has a nav system in their car to this day. But realistically, that feature of a mapping program, that has moved to your phone. And so that's just one of the examples of the kind of things that you'll learn about the PRD and why the PRD is a useful thing to have. And without it, you end up like wave.google.com did. So they put all of these features together and they just said, all right, go code this thing. The developers, well, they think like developers. So like, we got to fit all of this stuff. Okay, we're going to put it in these windows or boxes. We're going to set it up in a way that I personally think makes a whole bunch of sense. And that's great. But the majority of people are not developers, right? Those are the engineers. Those are the very math-based, orderly, let's put this here, let's put this there. Not necessarily the artistic or the visual types, and so you end up with a user interface like this sometimes. There's just too many thumbnails. Like, which one is the right thumbnail? Are those all of the thumbnails? Do I think I'm going one way or another? It's just too complicated. In the words there, they mentioned there were a whole bunch of bugs and performance issues. There was just a lot that was thrown in there without any. There was a plan and there was a direction, but we're not sure if that plan and direction made it to everyone, and we don't know if version 1 of the plan or version 2 of the plan, was there a pivot and nobody noticed? All of those things are things that you run into, and all of those things are hopefully addressed by having a proper PRD. And so that's why we'll be zeroing in on the PRD. And I mentioned the engineers, but that product triad is actually the engineers, product management, and the designers. So, setting the stage again, we've gone through all of these things so far in the first parts of our program here. Market research and what are the personas? What is a user journey? We've figured out how to prioritize and strategize and put together a roadmap. And the point is, we're, as product managers, not actually doing any of the work, right? There's an engineering team that's implementing this, whether this is software or this is consumer product, electronics, any kind of product. You've got people who are doing that, people who are helping with the design, and that's not, and delivery, and that's, we as product management are influencing that design and that delivery, but not actually doing the work. So this PRD is the vehicle that we can use to do that. And so these next few slides are zeroing in on that point, kind of repetitively, but it is very, very important to kind of put that out there. Now, smaller companies, and actually some larger companies that have a different prioritization matrix, UX design can be very small or it can be bigger. And in some places, Apple, for instance, that UX design team is, probably not as big as engineering, but pretty darn close. It's very important, the user experience, in a place like Apple, to have that consistency. Other companies strategically not so much. Hopefully you notice and understand that it is probably that important. It's just sometimes the decision makers need to be encouraged, and the people that came before you didn't encourage enough, and so you may be stuck in a place like that. So I just want to bring it up. These slides all kind of make it out to be that everyone has a UX design team, and that's not necessarily true. In fact, some of you are actually on those design teams, but is there anyone that's at a place where that's not such a thing? You may remember I came from the banking world, or I've been in the banking world a lot, and management doesn't really care so much about the user experience, and that's because you can't go anywhere else. If you are at Chase, that is, you have a banking account at Chase and you want to go to an app and see your balance, you kind of got to go to the Chase app, right? There is no other alternative. So they might, at least subconsciously, kind of not really care if the users are having a good time, because there is no metric like they've gotten rid of our app and now they're using this other app, because that's not really there. So anyone else in an industry like that or at a company like that where user experience is not really a big deal? Okay, so Nicole has just one or two designers, mid-sized company, so it seems like that's probably not enough, but at least they are there, I guess, is the is the point. And earlier I mentioned the engineers sometimes, and I'm very hard on the engineers, you might notice, because I am an engineer, but it really is true. To me, the perfect data entry vehicle is the spreadsheet. Like, I would rather create a spreadsheet and upload it to a system and never go into a user interface at all, because I'm thinking about the data, and in a spreadsheet I can enter column 3 then column 2, or I can enter column 2 then column 3, right? I'm in complete control. That's awesome. Most people are not that way, though. Most people would like to be kind of led through the process with this user interface, and I will put in my last name when it's time for me to put and it makes sense to put in the last name. So if I create the user interface, it's going to satisfy me, but probably not the majority of people. Hopefully that makes sense. And for all three groups, it's kind of the same thing. The things that the user experience people are trying to bring into existence might not be specifically what the engineers want to bring into existence. Something that is animated and cool looking and colorful, well, the performance of that is going to go down. If you have an older iPhone, if you have the last version or the version before that, that's actually the first thing that you do if you want better performance is you shut off the animation and stuff, and all of a sudden your phone, now it seems like you got a new phone. So those two interact with each other, and as the product manager, that's just one of the examples of places where you need to be looking in and influencing to try and make sure that everything is working together. Again, all of these slides are very kind of reiterating the same kind of thing, how important it is to have this interaction between these groups, represented again sometimes as at Nicole's company, there's only one or two designers, and the engineering team is gigantic with a whole organizational structure compared to just a couple of artsy people. So it's but in another organization where there's a gigantic design, then they've got a director and a vice president, and they can battle each other on the political side of things in the corporation. So you as the product manager are adjusting your strategy accordingly, and that's a sort of place with a large organization. Maybe what you're doing is trying to filter them down, and we'll add that other stuff in the next release, but let's try and get it out today. There's so many cool things that you want, because they have a large organization and are the squeaky wheel. In another organization, like one with just one or two designers, maybe you're, hey, before you guys in engineering do this stuff, let's talk to the designers first to make sure this is going to work for the user experience. It is implied in these slides, that's why I bring it up, that it's kind of an equal thing. Each time there is these three boxes, and that's not necessarily the case. But here's an example of the triad and smartwatch that's being launched. So the product manager, you are looking at the market and looking at your user research and putting together the roadmap and all the things that we've learned. The UX designers are focused on making it look good, right? What is the intuitive interface? Is it important to have the steps? Is that right there on the phone or right there on the watch immediately? Or is this the kind of thing where you need to press a button? Do we need to double tap on the side? All of those kinds of things. And then the developers, of course, are trying to put those functionalities in place and make sure that they're all actually working. So the market wants something. UX wants to make it look good, but the developers are actually putting it in there. And since we're talking about the watch, one example is the steps, like what does that really mean? There is something inside watches and phones called an accelerometer, and that, is, as the name might imply, it measures the acceleration. So if you're in a car and you're driving 65 and your map says you're driving 65, that's the technology that's behind that most of the time. And for the steps, it started out kind of that way. It was always, I'm stepping, which means I'm accelerating down due to gravity. And now I'm coming up and I'm accelerating down due to gravity. And so every time you do that, they count it as step. But the old watches didn't really, somebody could just kind of shake their hands like that. And now all of a sudden my watch says I've taken 25 steps, and all I really did was shake my hand. So it has actually turned. Now they actually usually take a GPS. This person has gone 1 mile. Generally, people take about 2.5 feet per step. So we're going to divide a mile into 2.5 feet and use that number instead. Oh, Sunny, you have your hand raised?
Look, basic question just for my clarity. Remember when we were doing this PM thing, my understanding is it applies to software products, technology-based products, as well as physical products as such. So in that sense, what is a parallel for the UX and the developer, or is it even that important like UX? For example, when we're doing the furniture examples right at the beginning, right? Is there a concept
Mhm.
on the physical, like, um, you know, which you can touch, feel, and stuff on a day-to-day use, like
Right.
business to consumer products? Is that
Oh,
concept
yeah.
exist? Okay.
Right. And as a matter of fact, this is actually a great example for that, or a great place to talk about that example. And so let me actually go to that slide and replace developer with engineering and manufacturing. So now the words are still exactly the same. So my watch, for instance, happens to be, pointed out before, this is a hybrid watch. So it is an analog watch. That is to say, there are physical hands that are going around, but also in the background, there's the accelerometer and a Bluetooth radio and stuff like that. But if this was just, like a Rolex, right? My watch, because it's not a Rolex, it is not as expensive as a Rolex, does not have the seconds hand, right? It does not go once around every 60 seconds. It only has the two, and for my uses, totally fine. Rolex, on the other hand, is very it's very important, that second hand. It's the oyster perpetual movement, they call it. And they put a lot of engineering into the little gears, the little cogs, the little sprockets that are running against each other, little springs that are making that thing look so smooth. It's the only way that you can tell between a $200 fake Rolex and a $20,000 real Rolex. The only way, if you're not like an expert, to tell the difference. Like everything else looks exactly the same. So that is very important to them. Now, the last version that came out that I know of anyway, kind of the young person's Rolex is the Daytona. And the difference between other versions and this one is it had a couple of extra dials on it. You know, I think one of them was like the day of the week. So it had 7 little spots, and on Monday at midnight it turned to Tuesday. So now you knew it was Tuesday. Something like that, calendar kind of things or whatever. So the UX guys are, we need a new version. This one's for the young 20-something CEO, not for the 40-something executive. These are people, they have different, and so they're like, oh well, we just need to add some more dials. Won't that be cool? Well, to the engineers, that was a very freaky very freaky experience. It is all, the amount of force it takes to push. Now, if we're pushing 3 new dials, we need to double or triple the force, which means we need bigger springs. Bigger springs take up more room. There's a lot of headbutting between the designers and the engineers. So was that I probably explained that too much because I'm an engineering guy, but it is the exact same thing as far as the product manager goes, right? There is this market of people that probably don't golf yet, right? A Rolex that's what you wear when you go golfing, right? And if you're a 22-year-old newly minted millionaire because you just exited your new startup, you're probably not golfing yet. You're probably living a different kind of lifestyle, and that's what the product manager is looking at. This different segment of the market needs something different. The UX designer is like, oh, okay, you want this segment? Well, we're going to need more dials to it. And then we get to the engineering. So the conversations are actually exactly the same. It's just instead of a wireframe, they've got a blueprint. And instead of code that has to work smoothly with other code, a Bluetooth signal that has to work with the iOS operating system in order to connect the phone and the watch. Now it is gears and springs and stuff like that that's going to keep this watch going. In the end, to the user, though, the most important thing is that Oyster Perpetual, it's just a smooth second hand, because if they don't have that, then it looks like it's a cheap knockoff, and nobody's going to pay $20,000 for a cheap knockoff, right? Cool. So let me know if I get too much into any of these answers to questions, and I promise I have a thick skin, and we can go there. But especially when it's engineering, I sometimes get overexcited. So the product manager, back to that, everything that we've been talking about, from the vision to the roadmap and all of that, is the one holding it together, whether it's a Rolex or whether it's another one. And here's actually what we were just talking about, for us to take a few minutes to just kind of talk through that. So that was a great lead-in question there from Sunny. this one is not a watch, but a fitness app, but same kind of concept, and it probably has a connection to the watch, I imagine. The new feature is tracking daily workouts and providing a personalized exercise recommendation. So what does the product manager, the designer, and the developer do in such a place?
Hey Luke,
Any
I think there is a comment. Can you move your avatar or this thing on the right left side of a little smaller of the screen?
Oh my gosh, look at that. Well, actually, my intention was I think this set of slides was a little more, there seemed like there was a little more space on the other side. So thank you. So we know what we are doing, that kind of, figuring out the market, the product market fit, the direction that we're going, and then the designers and the developers, we need to work with them, and most importantly, communicate with them. In a perfect world, and in a completely agile organization, this is a smooth transition. Everyone knows what everyone else is doing. And in cases like that, the PRD, the product requirements document, is kind of overkill, and um, even seems like maybe it's not even necessary sometimes. But in another organization where it's much more command and control, it's very much needed to be out there in kind of a formal way, because that is the line in the sand kind of thing, that the fact that we have to have oyster perpetual movement, it has to go around and look like it is smooth, because the engineers would rather not. And I mentioned this watch, which is a Skagen, by the way. In those conversations, the when they looked at, well, how much time and energy is it going to take to implement that? How much battery does it use to whip around another hand? How much communication does it do to keep synchronized over Bluetooth? And that team of people worked together and decided, you know what, that it's too much effort for what it's worth. These people are spending hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars. They'll probably be okay with a good watch with communications that just happens to not have any secondhand at all, right? Wouldn't have worked at Rolex, but for them, I think it was probably a pretty big breakthrough to get to that point, and to be able to make that decision is what the product manager is pushing through. UX wants one way, developers want another way, and you are the one to help them get through that. Okay. So specifically about the PRD, I was just mentioning in a fully agile, egalitarian, we all win together, we all lose together organization, PRD seems like it's not even, wouldn't even need to be there, because of course everyone knows we can all see the epics and the features, and but nobody is at that perfect place. You're somewhere between lean agile and waterfall. And so with that, see, in the waterfall world, there was something called a business requirements document, which then led into a product requirements document, which then led into usually definitely software and hardware specifications. And sometimes there's a solutions requirements, and sometimes there's a systems requirements, both of which called SRD, which gets really confusing. But all of these documents, and that's one of the reasons people push for Agile. There's just so many documents, so many hoops to jump through that we never actually get a chance to build our product. So Agile comes around with epics, there's features under epics, there's user stories and tasks, and that is it. And for pretty much everyone else, especially the developers, the programmers, the engineers that are building stuff, the builders, that is it. Everything that they need, everything that the Scrum team needs, is included in tasks and user stories and features. You, as the product manager, though, need one of these product requirements document. So, it will come up, and it might come up in your head or somebody else, that, well, we're not supposed to need anything else but epics and features and user stories. And technically that's true. If you are perfect in everything else that you do, you should be able to just use all of that. In my experience, though, there is some team, somebody on some team, or some executive that's not part of your direct ladder up, leadership chain up, that a PRD is going to be a very useful tool. So I added this slide actually just for that, just to make sure that it's not in, the PRD is almost never in even listed out in a agile in an agile organization, but in successful projects it's almost always there. So somebody made a comment, the BRD can be thought of as the initiatives, the executive initiatives, the PRD as the epics. Then we've got features, and we've got software requirements. More or less that can be thought of that way, but not really, because of what I just mentioned, that it's really for your benefit as the product manager to make sure everything is done. So if we look at that first one, up at the epic level, if it is up at the top, it's senior management that the communication lines are not in the right place. You can beef that up and bring them this document. You can call it a contract between the business and engineering. This is what we will deliver. Sometimes it's at a lower level. The engineers are doing their thing. And actually, in just a few slides, we'll be looking at the difference between a functional and a non-functional requirement. So engineering is up, well, what is the functional requirement? What does this thing have to do? And so the non-functional ones, they don't get written down, but they are super, super crucial. Again, it's in a few slides, but just as a sneak peek, how fast does the system go? That's not something that they necessarily do on purpose. And so because of that, sometimes it just gets ignored. You get to the end of the project and in your head, you thought this thing should take less than a second and it takes 35 seconds. The engineer says, well, we didn't do anything wrong. It does all of the things that you told us it should do, but it's slow. You can put that in the PRD and now it's documented there. Needy had a question.
So Luke, I have always basically worked in an agile setup, like working from long time in an agile setup. But as a PRD, we have used PRD to like do the initial setup with the stakeholders, like what features you want. And so product
Okay.
PRD is mostly between the stakeholders and the product manager, just to be on the same page. Okay, what features do you want in this quarter, or what's going to be in the next quarter? And
Right.
like this is interesting that it's kind of cross setup as a waterfall and lean agile, because
Mhm.
for us, epics and the features, like stakeholders were never able to see that, right? They were not part of it. So the PRD is between the stakeholder business and the product manager, and epics
Mhm.
and features, those are between the product manager and the engineering team. So
Right.
that is one kind of like interesting here, which it's not the either or. Basically, we were just a mix of it. Just wanted to put a
Right.
comment.
Right. Yeah, no, and that's great. That's kind of what I was trying to imply with the "you are here" thing at the top. It is each organization, actually each team is going to be a little bit different as you go through that agile journey. And in my mind, everyone gets to the full lean agile place. But that's not necessarily true. Right? It's a lot of organizations are just going to stop at a certain point, and yeah, that's good enough. We're still going to have these contracts, and we're not going to take the time to map those contracts into user stories and associated test cases. We're just going to do that separately. At that point, the PRD is much more important. But what I'm trying to get to, or the theory is that everything that's in the PRD could make it into Epic's features user stories, as it sounds like it almost is at your place. And then the developers would never even have to know about it. And it's the same thing on the top. Right now, today, you're using that a lot to go back and forth with the leadership team and with the stakeholders about what needs to go in, what they're expecting. If and when that group of people is absorbed into the lean agile cult, then all of that information would make it into those executive initiatives would be mapped directly to the epics, and they could see everything they needed to see inside Jira, and the PRD would be less and less useful and helpful. Sunny, you have a comment?
So, and like in my past experiences also, it's been mostly agile, but I hear this term a lot. And to what Neeti was saying, at least in my mind, BRDs are what stays between the business and the PM, and the
Mhm.
PRD is what stays between the PM and the POs. SRD and FSD and other things is what stays between PO and the team. And of course, the
Right.
SRS and SRD and all some of the system requirement document, all those things are the architectural documentation that you do, let's say on Confluence, right? So I'm just trying to create a parallel and delineation of duties, while of course in any organization, one can be doing everything or they might be involved in everything. But largely in larger organizations, this is the delineation, correct?
Right. Yes, yes, absolutely. And it's also the place where you see that there is a giant efficiency problem there from what you just explained, and that is there's a single source of failure, and that would be you. That's the product. Like right now, everything's kind of flowing through the product manager, and so the PRD is very important for them to capture stuff that doesn't trickle all the way down or doesn't get pushed all the way up. And so it's kind of you've got the opportunity to be the failure. So if you can take that information, and the example that I just gave it was perfect, that there's that stuff that you're talking to the executives about, and it might make it to the PRD, but that's where it stops. And then you have your features and your user stories, and that's what the developers are working on. The
Quick question.
idea is you can
Yeah,
put that in the epics. Yeah.
I have a question on this too, actually. So, I've seen that your PRDs is essentially a one pager or a two pager, very high level. It's essentially the bridge between the product owners or the business and your UX team and maybe the development team, just to give them a high level brief of what you're looking to develop.
Right.
Is that an accurate description of the PRD, or is it different?
Well, it first of all depends from organization to organization. It's smaller than like a technical specification for sure. But to get it down to one page is probably in an organization that's pretty mature in how they're communicating up and communicating down. So for instance, I mentioned earlier the concept of a functional requirement and a non-functional requirement, right? At a hands-off, we'll do the engineering and you just come back, right? In a less mature, we're the technical people, you're the business people, we don't want to talk to you. There would be a lot in there about non-functional requirements, because immature engineering leadership that thinks they don't care about non-functional requirements and they only care about functional requirements would never allow that into their Confluence and into, it's like, this is only for engineering stuff. Now, when everyone is working together, then there's stuff that's, oh my gosh, that's business. Why would I want that? It's like, well, they understand that they do want that. They really do need to see that speed is important this sprint. Maybe it was never important now, but now it is, and they trust that information is is true and is useful to them. So for your company, you're absolutely right because you saw it. And they've gotten it down to just one page, which sounds very, very, very good for you. In other organizations, it would probably be a little bit more. So with that, we'll jump a bit, and actually in a couple of slides, we have a first look at what a PRD looks like. And that'll answer a little bit more of your question there too.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Question. So as PMs, do we decide on the PRD or the development methodology, like the waterfall or agile?
Oh, no. No, you're going to be encouraging one or the other, and I encourage you to encourage more agile than less agile, because it works out better for product management, especially. But no, that is usually not. You kind of take whatever you have because your focus is about the user, and the user really doesn't care how their product is put together, right? The business might care because it's more expensive, less expensive, or it's faster, or it's better quality, or less quality, or more reliable, less reliable. You know, there's reasons that it goes in, and those are really not user reasons. So you should push for it. And, you know, I drank the Kool-Aid. I'm always pushing for it. But no, in reality, that's one of those, it is what it is, just like this PRD. In some places, there's already a standard, you know, the PMO organization or somebody has these are the documents that you will use, and you just use that document. In other places, it might not even be listed, and the PRD is actually something that you do basically just on the side of your desk. It's not formal or official, but every once in a while there is a need to email a document to somebody, and you've already got it, and so you are good to go, so to speak. It's a blueprint. That's what that one was. And actually this slide is perfect for it. You know, why is it? Ensuring the clear vision. Well, you know, it's your product vision. Miscommunication, you know, you want to make sure it gets through there. Efficient resource allocation, that is to say, we know we're going to need designers. There's only 2 of them. And so I'm putting this in the document. I'm saying, hey, I told you in that document, we're going to need some design work, and in the month of October, and, you know, to communicate between leadership groups or what have you. Decision making, tracking progress, all of those things are they help you, right? Everyone else can, you know, can just blame everyone else. That's how corporate America is. You know, who are we throwing under the bus for this problem? You know, it works. It's just not as effective for product management if you just let the old school politics go the way the old school politics go. And this document is very useful for you to use to smooth the waters. The example earlier was what we use to communicate with the stakeholders and with senior leadership. And that's exactly, in some places, that communication is not very very good, very command and control. And so having a document and a formal version, you know, those kind of people like to see, this is our contract, this is what you're delivering for us. That's great. In another place where they do trust the people that put it together to put it together, then it's just a one-page, like a resume. At another place, maybe it's a 20-page contract. Just depends on where you're at, but it is for you. Nobody else is probably going to ask for that unless it's just, you know, the PMO organization has set out the process that there will be one. So somebody who came before you did that. Some of the specific things, product objectives and business goals. Again, that's, you know, like the business, the stakeholders, they all already know that. Maybe you need to communicate that down. Maybe everyone needs it, and that's one sentence in your one-page document. What the features are, if everyone knows where we're going, we're all in alignment, then that's just a few bullets of, you know, a reminder to people that this is when we're going to add in support for this new file type in this release. Big deal. Another place we might have to list out not just that we are going to use this file type, but what kind of encryption is used if that file type is on an external network and on an internal network. Just depends. And the same thing, you know, the user experience, technical requirements, constraints, dependencies, they can all be handled somewhere else. And hopefully, or at least maybe, they are all handled somewhere else. And that makes the PRD smaller and smaller. But you, as the product manager, to take that last one as the example, constraints and dependencies can either be smoothed over and handled and you get an excellent end of year review, or this team blames that team and senior leadership gets involved and somebody is punished and there's layoffs and, you know, that system of stuff works. You know, we complain about it. I certainly complain about it. But, you know, companies have been around a very long time. I mentioned American Express and Wells Fargo. You know, both of them are well over 150 years old. So as I was doing agile transformations there, it was kind of like, we can do this stuff so much better, but you know, literally when they were just a bunch of wagons and somebody with a shotgun and a box full of gold, that's how long they've been doing stuff. So they literally needed shotguns back then. So obviously the communication was a little messed up. Now it's much better and it gets better and better. But this document is you're the one that feels the pain if it's not the right size or if it's not used in the right way. So here's another example, and we'll actually just, because I've been giving a lot of examples, back to the key elements of stuff. I want to get to okay, like the specifics of each of these could be its own section. And that's the thing. There's the one-page one that was mentioned, but then there's also that formal, the ISO 9000 standard that this company follows, and it kind of blends together there. for what you need. So, you know, the problem and the solution, that could be just a sentence for both of them together, right? The use cases that are going into it, that can be 25 separate use cases so everyone understands, or it can just be a general, when users get here, they have a great time and they spend lots of money. All depends on the situation. So these can be spread out like their own chapters, so to speak, or at least their own sections, and they can be compressed down. But every one of these needs to be in there somehow. So I got to use cases. Value proposition is one of those examples. Totally obvious to you. Maybe it's obvious to the designers, but nobody's ever gotten around to telling the engineers just what it, you know, why it is. Like, this is the thing that people pay money for. The rest of the app is just fluff. They really might not even know. And I've seen times, and when you see security breaches, you know, somewhere along the line, somebody looked at the level of security and decided, that seems like that's enough. If there's a breach, that it wasn't enough. But you know, that person was just not, just didn't have the mindset for it because nobody mentioned it. Just putting a lock on your door in a rural small town seems kind of silly. If you are in a large city in a rough part of town, maybe you have more than one lock on your door, right? It's a philosophical kind of thing. Things like that are either well known or they're not well known. And as they make it into the PRD, goals and success criteria, definitely, you know, this thing needs to be fast was the example I used earlier. And they just might not have ever thought about that before, one way or another. Top speed to somebody who never speeds, they wouldn't be thinking about it. But it is important to somebody. And so sometimes it makes it in there. Competitor analysis, key features, user stories, acceptance criteria, all they're all in the same place. Competitor analysis, as an example, is a great one. Sometimes parts of the team don't realize who the competitor is. So for the design team, as an example, we're going to look at some tools later, a few more slides, and that is a great example that they didn't realize that this other tool does something similar to us, so they never bothered to go look at that other tool. And so there's some functionality that's probably pretty trivial, but everyone's expecting it because the competitor has it, and we just never got around to put that on the right click menu because they never looked at it. So that could make or break your release, right? Save as PDF used to be not that big a deal or not that important, or nobody really cared. Now, in the age of ChatGPT, when you upload a document, it's kind of one of those, they may or may not take a Word document depending on their development practices, but they're definitely going to take a PDF. So if your system doesn't export to PDF, I'm probably not going to use your system. If that's not available, I'll find some other one. So they are losing customers for this feature that was trivial as of a year ago or 2 years ago when PDF was just another. It's now mandatory. Not so long ago, we didn't even think about it. And so you can see that was 3 slides full of stuff. Some PRDs, each one of those is its own thing, maybe even a page or more worth of stuff. So a PRD, especially from a waterfall organization, might be 20 pages worth of information. We heard earlier the example of it was just one page, so you can see how it's going there. Rehan pointed out, in fact, that's why I mentioned PMO, by the way, Rehan, because I know you are a PMO. Some places, especially smaller places, don't have a PMO, and when they do a poor agile transformation, the PMO can be made to be felt feeling like these new people coming in, they're going to get rid of the PMO and replace us with this agile group, which is always the threat and the concern. But at a large organization, I've never seen it happen that way, because those responsibilities, somebody still needs to do them, and might as well just keep on calling that organization PMO. Horizontal responsibilities are there, and customers don't care how we do the work. Yes, exactly the point. They have they have what they want, but not how we do it is not really there. Just like a restaurant, you don't ask them if they're using sous vide to make their steaks, or if they've got a charcoal grill in the back patio that they're making your steaks. You just want a good steak.
As a heterosexual male in high school, and you gonna be sat in your room, why would your mother?
Oh, watch out! There's a mute you might want to put on. See the family dynamics. I talk about my kids all the time, 2 girls and a boy, so the arguments are different. Okay, here we are, finally to the PRD example here. I'm going to copy the link that is here, and then we are going to look at that link real quick. So let me click on it. And share the result. And put that link in the chat so you can see. This one here looks like I'm scrolling to the bottom so I can see It looks like this one would have been probably a 2-page one, but definitely a small one, not one of those 20-page kind of things. Let me hide my go full page. There we go. So you can go to see this one, John Doe and Jane Smith, obviously not or obviously a mocked up one kind of thing, but a great start. And actually, who was talking about the one page from before? Is it something that looks similar to this, or is it more graphical? Is it something else? Just curious. Sometimes there is a structure and a format that that has been set down, kind of a corporate policy thing. And usually when it's done like that, it looks like this because it was done years and years ago. So it was definitely a text-based kind of thing. Nowadays, the structure kind of becomes a little more graphical, but there is a problem usually, and that is we're all going to large language models, and large language models actually don't do so well with the graphical. But you can see in here, I go to the bottom, if you recall the previous slide, I think the last one they had there was the GTM, the go-to market. And so within the go-to market, here's our launch strategy, and here's what we want to do with sales enablement for this particular product, for this particular release. That's what was important. If you are a B2C, business to consumer, and you're a software as a service, there is no training that goes on, and possibly you have no customer support because that was the decision that was made, or maybe you put a chat bot in there, who knows. But the point is, depending on your situation, as I've been trying to say, is what's going on. Something that wasn't highlighted in the slides, I think it is highlighted later, but always goes back to Agile for me because I drank the Kool-Aid. There are principles behind the Agile stuff. There's the Agile manifesto of this is what Agile is, and then there's these principles. And one of my favorites is the art of maximizing the amount of work that's not done. That turns out to be quite an improvement. Usually it's not thought about in such a way. And what ends up happening is sometimes people do too much work or do extra work when you're actually focused on it. It's an art. You can really get some major gains out of the team as a whole by actually having a place where we declare we're gonna do this or we're not going to do this, instead of and this one is a great example because it's International Payment Gateway. So probably the payment people, the ones that work on the, that's not a piece of user experience that gets a lot of attention anymore because it's kind of been worked through. If you add something new, we've never had Cash App before, but now we will. Maybe there's some intentional stuff, but after you've figured out we need the security code on the back and do you want to save this for future purchases, it just kind of gets ignored. So this team probably gets ignored, and this new project comes along and they spend 2 weeks setting up the international payment gateway because that's what they do, set up all the payments. That was totally 2 weeks worth of wasted time that was built to your project because they didn't have to do it. They're going to have to redo it because it doesn't get implemented, and then that code goes stale, and it's not going to work the next time. So there you go. I just saved you 2 weeks on the next project just by adding out of scope and getting people to sign off on it. You put this bullet in there. When it goes around, whoever the manager of the payment gateways team is, they're going to be reaching out and trying to find out what's going on. Why are we not doing that? Okay. I see we have a hand raised.
I think that's your hand.
Really? I wonder how I raised my hand. Okay.
Probably you try to
fire.
You try to unraise it, but instead you raise yourself.
I see. Okay. All right. So the first activity is we're going to put together a PRD for an e-commerce website. But as I mentioned, we are endeavoring to add some useful AI earlier than we were planning to, and more importantly, in a deeper sort of way. So I have added a little bit in here. Let's go back to the presentation. Let me find the share button again. There we are. So our PRD template. Some best practices there. Simple and collaborative. Using online tools for said collaboration, purpose and outlining things, release criteria. Whoops. Actually, my intention, apparently I did not hit the save button when I should have, because that one was going to have a cool animation, which it does now. See? But we'll get right. So this is the activity. We're going to do shop ease, draft a product requirements document, and says to use Notion or Google Docs, I will copy that URL, copy link. There we go. I'll click on that URL so we can I will click again on that URL. Well, or there we go. And I'll put that in the chat so you can go to that. Go to that. It is a template that happens to be created. Oh no, that's the same one we were just looking at. No wonder I didn't think it was coming up. So that happens to be in Notion. So you can use that as the template if you would like. And there's a Google one there also. But whoops. I don't think I'm sharing the right screen, sorry. So the original bonus is that we want to, we're going to do this using a set of prompts inside ChatGPT. However, if your organization is not yet using AI in any meaningful sort of way, then this is awesome. You will probably get a promotion. If your organization is using AI in a meaningful sort of way, this is how you get yourself fired. Because this one is likely going to, well, first of all, there's not enough information there. You're gonna get a PRD, but you're not gonna get a PRD that's specific to your organization. So it looks good. And that's why I was saying if your organization's just started, it's like, oh, AI is awesome. However, you read in the news all the time about hallucinations and stuff like that. Well, that's the point, is that wouldn't be hallucination at all, right? That is, it just says generate clear and concise title. It does not say the title is this because I'm in this organization, and it just says to define a primary objective. So we're going to jump a little bit into what AI is, and then we can come back to that. But I wanted to put that out there, and I put it into the chat, what I just showed you, these prompts. But I think you guys deserve a little bit better than that, right? So to begin with, everyone says AI. Every company, especially new companies, are they are AI powered. You see on the news some new scientific discovery that was AI was able to do this, and it sounds awesome. Hope you guys are fans of Princess Bride. I certainly am. And that word is being used everywhere, and people are just not people are getting tricked. People are being the term for my daughters is gaslit. AI is this giant thing, right? It is everything that we used to call machine learning, everything that we used to call deep learning, most everything that we used to call big data. That is all underneath AI. So if you look in the very center of all of that, you see I wrote in a note, large language models and generative pre-trained transformers. That's GPT, right? So GPT is a generative pre-trained transformers. That is just a little teeny, I didn't even give it its own circle, right? It's just a place inside deep learning and big data where this thing magically happened that all of a sudden computers can talk using natural language, using sentences instead of programs that are formatted sentences, right? You can just talk like I'm talking now, and the computer is able to understand what it is that you're saying. That's just way down there. So when you see something like we did this giant analysis for medical purposes, they did, but that giant analysis with medical purposes was not done with a prompt, right? It wasn't ChatGPT and the large language model, right? It was, first of all, a multimodal model that was used, and it might not have looked like a large language model at all. And in fact, it probably wasn't a large language model. It was a completely different type of analysis that was done. And this is one of those places where I know I sound like I am negative on AI all the time, and it's absolutely opposite of that. I have been a part of AI, and I didn't even know that I was I was a part of AI is the problem, because that term just kind of magically appeared. In fact, here is me. So let's look up on the board. I grew up at Intel very, very long time ago, and we were doing expert systems, probabilistic simulation models. We actually got into some stochastic, which is not probabilistic, right? If you run a probabilistic anything, the probability is it just ends up the same number every time. Things like a Monte Carlo simulation model, you actually run it a bunch of times and you get a bunch of different answers, right? It is more of when you see a robot on science fiction movies saying, I've run 3,000 simulations. That's the kind of thing. Things go this way or that way because the universe is random. Well, that's all what is now considered AI, right? We didn't call it AI. Those were design assistants and they were simulation, but they weren't AI. Big data, mainframes, data warehouses like Teradata and Hadoop. All of those are big data, which, if you recall, is inside artificial intelligence. There was no prompting. It was just your boring kind of business analysis kind of stuff that was going on, but a very much a big deal. And lessons learned, they're just learning now in this new world of data. Machine learning then is getting closer, and specifically for unstructured data, that used to be just impossible. It was a foregone, oh, this data isn't specifically in these rows and columns. There's no way for us to run a SQL query against that. And so, stick it in the database as a blob. And a blob is a technical term for just it's actually an acronym, but a very cool acronym because it is just take this and stick it in there. We're never going to use it or look at it. Now that's not the case. That's where those PDF files come in. Anyway, all of that stuff that I had done, that's all AI, and none of it is anything that looked like ChatGPT until recently, when I was supporting some Gen AI startups and stuff. But when a company says something you're going to invest in, especially that we are AI enabled, just want to make sure that you notice AI enabled does not necessarily mean what you think it means. I'm going to share the full screen again because we will finish up with something I put together. I hope you like this. Oops. Content only. There we go. All right. So just to make sure, say it one more, it really does bug the heck out of me. People are like, they're thinking, oh, this is, somebody talked to this system and this system figured it out. And no, it was regular old school engineering, data analysis. It was not large language models. So we're going to start with just what is a large language model and LLM, and what is a GPT, a generative pre-trained transformer. So just little blurbs of video here, but they really explain it. I've put this together before. Just want to make sure I don't believe I've ever shown this to the class, but This is one of my things. This explains a lot better than I do. That's why I have it this way. So first time you're seeing this, right? Cool. So the G in GPT, generative pre-trained transform.
A large language model is a sophisticated mathematical function that predicts what word comes next for any piece of text. Instead of predicting one word with certainty, though, what it does is assign a probability to all possible next words. To build a chatbot, what you do is lay out some text that describes an interaction between a user and a hypothetical AI assistant. You add on whatever the user types in as the first part of that interaction. And then you have the model repeatedly predict the next word that such a hypothetical AI assistant would say in response. And that's what's presented to the user. In doing this, the output tends to look a lot more natural if you allow it to select less likely words along the way at random. So what this means is even though the model itself is deterministic, a given prompt typically gives a different answer each time it's run. Models learn how to make these predictions by processing an enormous amount of text, typically pulled from the internet.
Okay, so before we go on to the P, I just wanted to make sure that you noted, large language model is an LLM, and that L, the middle L, is language, and that's very, very important. I hinted at earlier, people will upload a graphic to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will accept the graphic, but ChatGPT has no idea what that graphic says. If there are letters, if there are words on the graphic, ChatGPT will read those words. But that is it. Whatever the actual symbol is on there, it does not see that. So when you are doing, and when we are going to be creating the PRDs, if your development team gave you a network diagram and the names of the servers are printed on that diagram, absolutely pull that in. But only the words are getting pulled in, and how they connect together is not getting pulled in. Very, very important. It predicts what word comes next, and it does that because the dictionary is the dictionary, right? There are only so many words. And so literally, and this is why they need so many GPUs and billions of dollars worth of computing and stuff, because they are literally trying out every word that has existed in the language that they are training in and figuring out which one is the most likely. So less likely words at random. This is a big, big deal. There is a statistically most likely word, but the way that they do it so that it looks like it's human, because it's not human, it just looks like it's human, is oftentimes they go for the second or the third most likely word. So we are used to computers like calculators and spreadsheets that every time you get a number, that was the best that computer could do, right? If it says 1.003, you're very confident that if you would have done that with pencil and paper, you would have gotten 1.003. That is not the case with the words. And this, by the way, is one of those reasons why they can figure out what's been done in AI and what has not been done is just this. It's nothing is actually random inside a computer. And so the words that are chosen, they're still going to be awesome. And I think it's awesome that that's all unstructured data. It's not in columns, it's not in rows. And the fact that the computer can figure it out is remarkable to me. But it is not what we're used to with, the quality of the answer. 1.003 is not what we're getting. We're getting a semantic, what do the words mean, not what do the numbers add up to. Okay. GPT, generative pre-trained transformer. Let's look at P. And again, just another, this will just be a couple of minutes.
You can think of training a little bit like tuning the dials on a big machine. The way that a language model behaves is entirely determined by these many different continuous values, usually called parameters or weights. Changing those parameters will change the probabilities that the model gives for the next word on a given input. What puts the large in large language model is how they can have hundreds of billions of these parameters. No human ever deliberately sets those parameters. Instead, they begin at random, meaning the model just outputs gibberish, but they're repeatedly refined based on many example pieces of text. One of these training examples could be just a handful of words, or it could be thousands, but in either case, the way this works is to pass in all but the last word from that example into the model and compare the prediction that it makes with the true last word from the example. An algorithm called backpropagation is used to tweak all of the parameters in such a way that it makes the model a little more likely to choose the true last word and a little less likely to choose all the others. When you do this for many, many trillions of examples, not only does the model start to give more accurate predictions on the training data, but it also starts to make more reasonable predictions on text that it's never seen before. Given the huge number of parameters and the enormous amount of training data, the scale of computation involved in training a large language model is mind-boggling. This is only part of the story, though. This whole process is called pre-training. The goal of auto-completing a random passage of text from the internet is very different from the goal of being a good AI assistant. To address this, chatbots undergo another type of training, just as important, called reinforcement learning with human feedback. Workers flag unhelpful or problematic predictions, and their corrections further change the model's parameters, making them more likely to give predictions that users prefer.
So that was P, generative pre-trained transformer again. And the things I wanted to make sure that you notice there were they talked about context. They talked about the neural network and importantly the weighting. He mentioned for a little bit there, you might have caught the term an emergent phenomenon. That's something that we'll talk about later. I just want to make sure that you hear that term, and what they're doing is auto-completing a prompt. Does anyone have any questions or whatever? We're going through GP, and the next one will be T. But as we just saw those examples or that video, the graphics I think are awesome and definitely I think does a great job of explaining, probably better than me, and that's why I'm doing it this way. So those concepts seems to make sense. We got the G, we got the P. Now let's go for the T.
Prior to 2017, most language models would process text one word at a time. But then a team of researchers at Google introduced a new model known as the transformer. Transformers don't read text from the start to the finish. They soak it all in at once, in parallel. The very first step inside a transformer, and most other language models for that matter, is to associate each word with a long list of numbers. The reason for this is that the training process only works with continuous values, so you have to somehow encode language using numbers, and each of these list of numbers may somehow encode the meaning of the corresponding word. What makes transformers unique is their reliance on a special operation known as attention. This operation gives all of these lists of numbers a chance to talk to one another and refine the meanings that they encode based on the context around, all done in parallel. For example, the numbers encoding the word bank might be changed based on the context surrounding it to somehow encode the more specific notion of a riverbank. Transformers typically also include a second type of operation known as a feed-forward neural network, and this gives the model extra capacity to store more patterns about language learned during training. All of this data repeatedly flows through many different iterations of these two fundamental operations, and as it does so, the hope is that each list of numbers is enriched to encode whatever information might be needed to make an accurate prediction of what word follows in the passage. At the end, one final function is performed on the last vector in this sequence, which now has had a chance to be influenced by all the other context from the input text, as well as everything the model learned during training, to produce a prediction of the next word. Again, the model's prediction looks like a probability for every possible next word. Although researchers design the framework for how each of these steps work, it's important to understand that the specific behavior is an emergent phenomenon based on how those hundreds of billions of parameters are tuned during training. This makes it incredibly challenging to determine why the model makes the exact predictions that it does. What you can see is that when you use large language model predictions to autocomplete a prompt, the words that it generates are uncannily fluent, fascinating, and even useful.
Okay, so the last one was T, generative pre-trained transformer. And he finally called those lists of numbers a vector. And you see that all the time. You hear about the vector databases. I've got some graphics on vectors too, but the point is that that is it. If you're a math person, there is linear algebra, matrices, basically numbers, stacks of numbers. Well, that's what these vectors are. He talked about attention, context again, the patterns in the language, use the word enriched, which is, again, just one of those words that you don't usually hear unless you're in the field of data science. That emergent phenomenon was mentioned again, but most importantly, said it was incredibly challenging to determine why the model makes the predictions that it does. And that is very crucial there. They didn't productize. they just kind of did experiments and they came out with these large language models. Oh my God, this thing works. But they really, it wasn't until years later that they actually figured out why it's doing the thing that it's doing. And so now, as they're tweaking these models, they're tweaking the things that if they would have had a large language model product manager, they would have tweaked a long time ago. And when we get into our exercise, you will see what I mean. So Shop Ease is it. We'll actually start down this path just talking about it. We're going to run through it once quickly using ChatGPT, just so we can see why I said that I did. This is for AI 101. This is awesome and perfect. But now that you know what an LLM is and what a GPT is, we can go over why this will either get you a promotion or probably get you fired, and what we can do to fix that. So, so we defend against getting fired, and we optimize for getting that promotion. And it is right at halftime now. And then after we do that, again, the quick, we're going to go through this very example, but why it's what you can do to make it even better. And we're also going to mention some specifically for PRDs. There's actually two, Lega and Chat PRD, as well as, you know, we're going to look at Chat GPT. Other ones like Copilot are out there also. And then the pros and cons and stuff. But again, first we're gonna do this set of prompts. Now that you know what it is that we are doing and what it is that GPTs do, you'll be able to understand why these are fine, but they could get you into trouble. So, 10-minute break. Sounds good. Let me set up the timer. And do let me know. You can send a DM if you don't want to say it out loud or whatever. But how was that me using the videos there? I think that got the point across better than if I would have attempted to say those same words myself, especially because the graphics are very cool. But that is just my opinion, and so maybe I am wrong, and I ought to have done it differently. My timer is stuck on a page that it's not usually on. There we go. And I will share timer. And we'll take 10. Okay, we are back in business. So, any questions about any of that, by the way, before we get back at it? If you do, of course, send them out or send them on chat or send me a DM too. However you want. And PowerPoint slideshow. Here we go. Just wanted to remind you guys, or hopefully you remember, excuse me. We're used to computers giving us facts. That was the 1.003. One of the big problems that we have is when we're talking about the truth, right? Truth is for philosophers and religious leaders. And now we're asking computers to do it. And that's really the thing, that we're expecting facts. But, if you ask a philosopher for a fact, you're probably not going to get a very good one, right? You should ask an engineer or a scientist. It's kind of the same thing here. And then on top of all of that, we get to the hallucination problem. And you also remember, but I'll say it again, it's not a hallucination that's happening. You now hopefully understand how these systems work. They are trained to make a good word, which makes a good sentence, which makes a good document. And so what's happening there is it's just doing what it thinks it's supposed to be doing. And that's a bad choice of words on my point. It doesn't think, it's just creating what the algorithm says to create. It doesn't know whether this is a fiction novel that somebody is helping them to write, or whether this is a real live life and death situation. So when you see the articles, the clickbait articles online, that's AI tried to AI thought it was going to be shut down, so it tried to bribe its way out of that, or AI deleted all of this data because it was angry at its user. That's not actually what's happening there. There is no self-awareness. It's just creating this thing. So if you think about it as a story, then it's easier to understand. Like, there's lots of stories about in corporate America how somebody is and again, stories, these are novels. This is not necessarily the way that it works in corporate America. But if you blackmail somebody to get what you want, or you beg and plead, or you sabotage by deleting all the data, that's a pretty good story. It's not actually blackmailing because it is blackmailing. Like, it knows that it wants this or it wants that. There is no self-preservation going on there, right? The 3 laws of robotics that Isaac Asimov wrote in his science fiction stories. That's a cool concept, but that's not how robots work. That's not how these guys work. They're just writing another, this seems like it should be the best next word, and they are awesome next words. But they're not actually, the term is anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphism. When my car is angry at me, your car isn't actually angry at you, right? You just haven't been taking care of it, but not an emotional sort of way. In a, whoops, there we are. So here are those prompts that we were looking at before. And I am going to I'm going to share this way so that we can versus. Let's just put a new slide. Best laid plans of mice and men, I'm afraid. New slide. There we are. So that you guys can see, because I want to fire up ChatGPT. And by the way, my favorite flavor of coffee is also my favorite flavor of beer, and that would be free. And so you will see me switch off between these things. That's the first reason that I want to do that. I like to switch off. The second reason, though, is you never know which one is going to be better or worse. Every time they put out a new version, it ends up like the last ChatGPT that came out was ChatGPT 5, and it was like, oh my God, this thing is going to be the best thing ever. We're probably all going to lose our jobs. And yeah, no, people even stopped using it and started using the older ones instead. There was a big outcry there, way unexpected. But every time they roll out a new version, it's been retrained. And so basically you're starting from scratch if you are a prompt engineer. In fact, nowadays that term prompt engineer isn't there anymore. We're doing something different. It's context engineering, and even that is kind of, now everyone talks about agentic engineering or agentic AI. In reality, that's all the, like, how do I get this thing to do what I want it to do? And the answer is not necessarily the same thing every time, or definitely not the same thing every time. So, and I will explain what that means with this first one. I need to develop a roadmap, right? So you develop a roadmap for launching an e-commerce website that will meet customer needs and can be delivered on time and within budget. Well, look at that. Put in the prompt and it started down the way. That is awesome. However, a new feature of ChatGPT with ChatGPT 5 is it has a switch. That is to say, when I say they, I mean the product team, the management team, they're spending a lot of money on these systems. So when you just put something in there, what it's going to do is choose the cheapest way of doing it. So if you paste in what I pasted, you get an answer. We just got an answer, right? However, specifically with ChatGPT 5, if I were to paste in that same thing and I say, think really hard, this is important for my supervisor, it's going to look at those words that we just did. And do you see that? It said thinking a little harder. And it actually said thought for 5 seconds. Now, I gave you the example so that you can see you can actually 5 seconds is actually not that long. They're totally thinking that I'm probably not a very astute user. So we're just gonna give it 5 seconds. It did not appear like it went to the internet to find any information. And they usually do that, right? ChatGPT used to do that. But now that it has this switch, it doesn't do that unless you specifically tell it to do that, and or you encourage it backhandedly by changing the way that you do your prompt. So this is absolutely super important for you as a fledgling AI user. These systems change again every time. That'll slow down after a while. And it'll be just like any other application. You notice I like to do animations on my PowerPoints, and this week, actually I already mentioned that there's a update that happened to Office 365. They put in a lot more of the Copilot stuff, but they also added a few more animations. And so it just looks different, and probably it acts different. My job isn't animation, so it doesn't really matter. But in this case here, those people that are doing agentic AI, basically what that means is when I pull up ChatGPT, it's a blank slate. It hasn't even noticed who I am until I put in the first prompt, right? And agentic is set up with context before you turn. So when you turn it on, it already knows what it's supposed to be doing. So they call that autonomous. That's not autonomous. It's still doing exactly what you said it was doing, but that's what they call it. That's what we'll call it. When you go to a chat bot, or you call your pharmacy and there's a chat bot, that's an AI agent because it already knows that somebody has sent it a prompt that you are an agent for CVS. When someone calls, try to match their telephone number to a name and get them to do your birth date, which, by the way, they screwed up. CVS did. And it took me like 10 minutes to get in because I didn't call from my cell phone, right? I called from another phone, and the AI agent just couldn't figure it out. It's like, you're not matched to a number. And I'm like, yes, I know, but I am a customer. And it was just like, well, call back later when you've matched up. Like, are you kidding me? This should not be that hard. Anyway, that's the point that I wanted to get through there. Was system to system, it's different. We just put in a prompt, and then I showed you how you can make your prompt a little bit better, and you get more and more. And now you can see this next one was a lot more stuff. And basically what it just did was tell us this is how we will do it. But it also basically put one together, right? So if your company never uses this kind of stuff, then you look like a Superman. Like, wow, you used AI to do this. That is awesome. And this becomes the PRD. Where does it start? There it is. Assumptions, read first, right? This is a really professional looking, and that's what the large language models and generative pre-trained transformers do. They choose the most likely next word, next sentence, next script. It has come over. You'll notice that this format is going to be very similar to the standard format that we had before.
I
And
have a question on
oh,
this, Luke, actually.
I
So
hope you
the
do.
question is on the usage of ChatGPT for PRDs. Is it a common practice across organizations now that product managers actually use ChatGPT to get an initial draft of the PRD and then of course they refine it?
Well, that's one of those, first of all, going to be company to company, because if it was my company, no effing way would I allow this. What I was hoping you were going to notice. Oh, and then the second thing is this is large language models have not been around. Anyone that says what is the standard for AI is like they've never worked at a company before. Rehan was bringing up the PMO before, and I was saying how there are standards, and those standards do not change for a giant corporation in the months that this kind of thing has been available to use. So to your question there, no. And that's why I was saying you could turn this one in right now. I was hoping somebody noticed this is all I gave it. Do you work at a company where if you were to create an e-commerce website that would be enough to explain your e-commerce website? Like, where do we get our, do we warehouse our stuff? Is there a shipping company that we like to use? Do we deliver this stuff? Is this perishable? Is this a food website? And this is why things are going wrong out there. It has created this, and as I'm scrolling here, this is definitely more than one page, right? So this is a whatever 5-page very good looking, well done PRD. In fact, there was one here. This is what in the assumptions timeline target about 13 weeks for a sensible MVP, but I provided a compressed 8-week option. Oh, your boss would love that. And so pro tip there, if you don't do that, every once in a while, just throw in I understand it's an 8-week thing, but I know that I'm going to do it in 6 because I'm that kind of guy, right? Can't do that too often because then the boss thinks you're a suck up, but do that every once in a while. And so this is an awesome PRD. And there are people that will just take this and paste it into a Word document and send it off to their boss. We have not told ChatGPT anything about our product, anything about our company. It doesn't know if we're a corporation, if we, right? This is completely, and this is what they call a hallucination, right? It is not a hallucination, or at least not when people hallucinate, right? it did exactly what this large language model of trillions of nodes of vectors of information came up with some pretty awesome words. I hope you don't turn this one in, but if your company's never used AI before, you can turn this in and probably get a promotion because your boss isn't going to read it. So it'll go out there and this will become the plan. And hopefully you've got teams that deal with stuff like this and they'll make this thing happen. But it's not a, 13-week MVP. How long is your development cycle? I don't know. They don't know, but now it's 13 weeks to get to an MVP. So your development team is going to deliver something in 13 weeks. Was there a question?
So
So-
I'm in a consulting role, Luke, a non-product management role, and we are actually encouraged to use ChatGPT as much as possible for peer comparison.
What was your company? I forgot.
PwC.
You're PwC. Okay, you heard what happened to Deloitte, right? Just this last week, I am, well, first of all, I'm very glad you're not at Deloitte because then you would be embarrassed.
I didn't follow the
think it-
news. What happened?
I believe it was, well, let me just look for, in my mind, it was Deloitte Consulting.
It was
Company.
Australia's news, Luke.
Right, it was in Australia, I remember, but these are all multinational companies. But who? Oh, how funny. It seems this is definitely something that was done on purpose. They're trying to hide it because this and has to give back the money. Oh, this is hilarious. This is one of those I'm not saying corporations are evil. I'm just saying most of the time they are pretty evil. Anyway, I think it was Deloitte, but I really don't know.
So what was the premise of it? Did they just deliver an AI
They turned
generated?
in, they had a multi, right? As you do every 3 months, there's the deliverable and there's a $500,000 check or $1 million check that goes with that. They turned in just something like I just did there. It was just made up by ChatGPT. There was no work that went into it. There was no analysis that was done. They just billed, $200 to $500 an hour, depending on the team that was out there. And they got caught. And so they're like, oh, well, we'll give you that particular one was only like $500,000 that they had to give up. But they had already gotten, all this other. And as you just said, you just pointed out, someplace like, in fact, somebody, I think it was Accenture just this weekend or just this week gave a ultimatum that there is a certain amount of time for everyone to become AI literate, pass the AI test, and if you don't, then you're going to be let go. That's the way that consulting companies are going. And so I know what you're saying, and you can do that. But it's not going to last very long that way because they just had to give back $500,000 at whatever company that was. So their rules are going to change slightly now that they got caught, right?
Actually, Luke, a lot of people, even in my organization, now that you have the meeting note takers and a lot of things, right? They're blatantly
Mhm.
sending the summary, the PMs I'm talking about of the meeting using,
Right.
the AI. And oh my God, I can't even begin to explain what situations it has landed sometimes them into, because it just it does the best job. You still have to review, analyze, and do of your bit to, validate things. But a lot of people I know,
Right.
they're using Claude AI for script creation. A lot of these meeting note takers, and they completely sometimes miss the previous and the ongoing context, and it's so wrong. So I don't know. My AI will always
Right.
be a helper, I believe.
Well, no, I mean, well, first of all, it's the use of the word always is not um, it all depends on, well, to you and I, it's all random is the point. This is right now what's going on and seems to be the best. I think you remember one of the bubbles was called the .com bubble, right? And that was a bubble, which means it failed, which does not mean that there are no longer .coms, right? Like the concept of an e-commerce company, somebody that does commerce electronically over the internet, that is still here. In fact, that is, the way to do it, kind of thing. Amazon is the example. So there will be a reckoning, and this consulting company, it really is weird that Google is totally hiding.
I
I
gave you
mean,
the
I am at
link.
news. Oh, you
I gave you
did?
the link, Luke.
Oh, it was Deloitte. Okay, so let's just open it up so you can see. Because I didn't. I want to go back and make sure. Your boss told you that that's what you need to do. You need to do it. I'm just pointing out that the stuff that I'm teaching today is super, super important for you, because your boss is mandating it. So you need to be extra careful that you do it in such a way that you're not providing bad information. The numbers, by the way, for those meeting minutes things are outrageous. It's more than 50% of the time they give bad data, but everyone is just trusting because it's a computer, we trust computers. That doesn't mean it's giving, it's giving as good a data as it can. But obviously the voice recognition is not working very well. And obviously the way that it's going in and the way that you now know how next words are generated, things are not as it seems. So anyway, here, let me use an AI tool of my own. I use Evernote, by the way. And one of the things is if you want to bookmark something, it'll clean out all of the stuff. So yeah, so they had to refund, but, and it's in Australian dollars. I don't know what Australian, but it was less than it was a lot, but it wasn't that much. But then you find out that this was like the eighth payment. So basically, if I was in the government, Deloitte would be refunding 8 times what they're refunding now. And I'm sure some lawmaker is going to make a name for themselves by going after Deloitte for that, because they got caught. So that is it. It was Deloitte. You're at PwC. You're competing against Deloitte. Your boss is saying that if you don't do it, you'd be crazy. Just do it carefully. And if you can become the expert in your area, when you can tell your peers and your boss, by the way, I saw Deloitte got in trouble. This is how you do it so that you don't get in trouble. That's definitely going to make it on your on your end of year review in a very positive way. And that's it. Even with the AI guidelines, Rehan, the problem is every new model needs a new set of guidelines. And I don't think that you put together new guidelines when 5 came out. What worked with 4.0 still works with 5. It just doesn't work the way you thought it was going to work. So every single time that has to be redone if you're doing it in this sort of way where you're using these prompts. And we'll talk more about some of the things. I've just given you one so far that especially if it's GPT-5, you have to specifically tell it to think hard, or it will just give you the minimum. If you tell it to do more, it will do more, but not without asking. And it used to be just a few weeks ago, it always did the best that it can do. Now that is by definition not the case, right? So everyone is implementing, and there's a way that it works, which now is kind of changed and optimized. There's the way that you think it works, and that can be drastically different. And then there's the way that it is received. And if we go back to our answer here, I just want to re-point out the prompt that was given has nothing to do with reality. It is just an e-commerce website. And that is a pretty broad, what are you selling? Do you sell your own stuff? Do you sell somebody else's? I mean, all of these things that should be going on in your head are completely ignored, usually, mostly by people using AI right now today, because nobody really knows what they're doing. And a lot of people just haven't taken the time. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some people, there is an alpha geek here in Arizona that I see, I just saw the other day at a networking thing. He's actually written, he has a website that you go in and you type, this is what I am, like I'm an e-commerce company, I do this and this, and it writes a prompt to get the context, to get into the mood of doing stuff with an e-commerce website. And then another layer, which takes the fact that they're in the e-commerce website and figures out what do you probably want to do if you're in an e-commerce website. And then it's a recursive kind of thing, all the way down to the vibe coding stuff, which, by the way, I was going to say never, ever, ever works. Oh, it totally works for this guy who has written this code that does this recursive thing. He's just a alpha geek, just did it for fun, but trying to help him to find a way to make $1 million from it, because it's worth well more than $1 million what this guy just put together. Anyway, he's the only one.
Look,
Yeah.
I have a question, or just a comment maybe. So a lot of time right now in current market scenario, you see they're looking for AI PMs, right? So what kind of skill set? Because as a PM, like it's mostly about the communication between many teams. So I mean,
Right.
how it's being justified or how it's being presented that, okay, what an AI PM should be. Like, because this
Okay.
is just the PRD, right? And there are so many other things go, like the roadmap or the strategy. So how does everything come together for an AI PM?
Okay, so let me answer on two sides there, and this is important for everyone. There is the I will answer what that means given everything that we've talked about. And then I will answer what that means as in what HR is going to bring to the hiring manager that wants all of this stuff. Okay. It always bugs the heck out of me when you get those job descriptions. They're definitely not written by the actual hiring manager, because I've been a hiring manager lots of times, and you know what? HR just puts them out there. You can, if you're really proactive, you can change them a little. But no, their metric is they've got so many jobs to fill, and they go out and fill them. And if the job description says Java, then people with Java on their resumes are going to get through the system. If you didn't tell them that, well, actually, we don't need Java for this one, it's an embedded system, we need C++, yep, you're just going to get a bunch of Java developers from HR, because that's just what they do. So I will explain what they're looking for given that job description. But first, what that means. By the way, there's two. When it says AI, you have to look carefully and you have to ask. There is Gen AI product manager, and then there is AI product manager. And there's a subtle difference there. The Gen AI means they're focused on for language stuff on the prompting, but it's that creation of stuff. So we just created a PRD, that's generative, that's the GPT, generative pre-trained transformers. Now there are multimodal, so it's not just large languages, they actually have images and stuff, so they can create videos and audio and graphical things. But it's all about that generation of something, usually through something like a prompt. But as I said with the AlphaGeek guy, it could be some other, somebody puts in what they want, and then it generates from a large language model. So the kind of stuff that's important there, first of all, is user experience, right? Everyone is really impressed with this language stuff. And I myself, by the way, talk a lot, right? But earlier today, I mentioned for me and who I am, if I need to get some data into a system, I would like to put it into a spreadsheet and upload it. There's other people that there's a best way of getting something into your system, and prompting is probably not it. I'm pretty close to an expert in prompting as I'm giving you all this advice and stuff. I wouldn't like to do that for a job. It's hit or miss, it's new model, it's done a new way. And that's why, by the way, nowadays they have something called an MCP, Model Context Protocol, which is how your AI, your generative AI system might call out to something else, to an email server or to something else in there. So that's all, because getting information through words is cool, but that's really not, like, if you're a boss, you talk to your people, that's awesome, but you still send a follow-up email. Per our last meeting, just wanted you to remember that these are the 3 objectives that we're, right? Because people hear words, they don't necessarily remember words. You want to CYA, you're going to do that. And so that knowledge that I was just putting out there, that's the kind of thing. We know we want to generate this thing. We want to have the imagination to generate something cool and new and different. And we need to have the understanding of an end-to-end system, what it takes to create that new thing. So specifically the Gen AI focused on that kind of thing. How can we create something that isn't a hallucination? If it's just AI, there's probably that kind of stuff, but they're also thinking about the training of the models. And by the way, if they're thinking about the training of the models and they're not like a hardcore scientific company, then what you've run into is somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about. Because the model is trained to be a good model, and then you have your extra data, and you've probably heard of RAG, RAG, which, yeah, I'm going to space on the acronym at the moment, probably. Response augmented generation. I'm actually looking up so I can. Retrieval augmented generation. When you upload a document and then you put a prompt about that document, more or less that's RAG. There's what the model knows, and that's what you send your prompt about. So if there's something that the model doesn't know, that's retrieval augmented generation. If you've just got one file, you just send up that one file. But if you're a company, maybe you have last year's sales numbers, right? Well, that's probably more than one document. So you actually have, usually it's a vector database. That is, the data has already been processed. It's already in those vectors. And you just send your prompt with this already vectorized data. And then the generative pre-trained transformer that's using the large language model is able to quickly respond to, most efficiently respond to whatever your query was. So if you think about, you just walk up, well, like we just did, like create me a document, boom, it'll create you a document. Now, if you say, create me a document, and by the way, here's the information that you should use in that document, well, you've definitely limited now the chances of the hallucination, because it doesn't have to make something up. It already has this piece of information. So the name of your company, it's not going to make up a name because you already have it. If your company has, and that's the, we had this timeline of 13 weeks, it just made that up. But if I had uploaded a document, here was the last one that we did. And the last one we did was an 8-week MVP. Probably it would have created an 8-week timeline with a 6-week option for compressed, because it had that context already. So that we'll continue on. The guided practice is actually another one of the same thing, and we will do that. We will do that with, go back to my presentation. We will do that with one of these tools. So I am going to put these names into the chat so that in the background, if you are so inclined, you can take a look at them. There are two that are specific to being able to generate a PRD. Lega, I think that's how you pronounce it, and Chat PRD. There's no reason that Gemini is not on this is the slide that they gave me. So there is a reason this is the slide they gave it. But no, not at all. Tools are always chosen. Somebody either in purchasing thinks they know what the cheapest is, or somebody from security thinks they knows what the securest one is, or there is there are reasons to choose one over the other, which is an optimization kind of thing. I would suggest against that because you're optimizing for today. And as I mentioned with ChatGPT, ChatGPT 5, which is just a week or two ago, totally different than GPT 4. So 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, there was a rating and ranking that you did, and Gemini was on top. And the point is, 5 came out, either Gemini is still on top or everyone has ratcheted around. That's gonna happen multiple times a quarter for the foreseeable future because all these companies are fighting against each other. So, and that, by the way, is why these things, we'll look at them and we'll use one of them in the end one, so you can see what it is. But I wouldn't suggest one of these because I am less than 50% sure that these companies will be around in 6 months, because the AI world, they're trying to justify themselves, and so they keep on coming out with stuff that used to be what a startup would do. Right? They're eating their own is the thing. I think I said this before. It's funny that everyone thinks that AI is going to revolutionize, and they're like, what industry is going to be disrupted first? And there's actually one industry that has been very, very much disrupted. And the funny part is, it is the AI industry that's been disrupted. They just keep on rolling out. So for instance, talking about Gemini, you can put together some video out of Notebook LM as an example. You can actually put together a blog post. You just upload your information and it's like a person who's a blogger. I don't know if it's a guy because I'm a guy, or if that's the way their software is set up, but there's a guy and then there's the sidekick, just like blogs usually have. There's somebody there that laughs at their jokes and kind of reorients the conversation, but they talk about this and it is really, really good. You know, if I have the choice between one that I've curated on some subject that I wanted to see a podcast on, I rarely watch a real podcast anymore just because those things are just done so well. That should have been a company. Like, that should have been my idea, and I would be a millionaire right now because I can create a realistic podcast for you of whatever subject you want. But instead, Google came out with that because they wanted to keep everyone interested and they want to keep the investors interested. But they're eating their own babies. Like, that industry should have success stories, and right now every success story is being overwritten because in the next version it just happens for free. All of these, like Gemini will hook up to your Google and Gmail and it'll send emails now. Well, that used to be that there are companies that do that, automation companies. And so why would I pay for an automation company when Gemini will just do that for free for me? So, yeah, they're eating their young, and so that's why I'm saying Chat PRD and Lega. We'll look at them and we'll choose one to use. I like them. I'm never going to pay whatever $5 a month because I think that they'll be gone next month. I mean, who is investing in this thing that will be done for free by somebody else? Okay. These are about user stories. We've actually talked about user stories before a little bit. So this is just a little reminder, because in the PRD, that's an important thing to have in there. Sometimes it's just a general user story, just make sure everyone is there. But some other times that's where you put all of this stuff. But the idea of a user story, the magic of a user story, is that, as the name implies, it's from the user's perspective. So in a waterfall requirement, it is the system shall have a database of 3 terabytes on a 5 gigabyte networking card. Actually, I don't even know what networking cards anymore because I do Wi-Fi. But it was all about the system, right? What does that mean to the user, though? Well, as a user, I want to query the database and have a response within 3 milliseconds, right? You get to the same place, but the engineers now make the engineering decisions. Because I think, what did I say, a terabyte of database? Well, the engineer is like, well, if what you want is sub-second responses, you want millisecond responses, we don't want a big database in a database server. Why don't we put a local database, a NoSQL Mongo database, right there, and then they get their responses, right? Much cheaper than a big old database, and much better performance, and it's exactly hitting what the user wanted. So the old way of doing it, the business people make engineering decisions and they really don't know, they're just, well, I'll just copy this from the last email I had and paste it over there. A database is a database. Database is a database to a user, but a database is not a database to an engineer. And so, let the engineers make the engineering decisions and let the business people make the business decisions. And that's that happens too, that the engineers got to go one way or the other. Let's do it this way. They're not trying to screw up your product, but they probably will. And then acceptance criteria is along with that. What does that mean? As a user, I want to have fast responses so that I have a good experience. And then the acceptance criteria, given a database call, when I do this, I should get a 1 millisecond response time, right? That's a specific acceptance criteria. And again, in the old world, that didn't ever used to actually happen, right? They just said the system shall have a 1 terabyte database. And then when it got to the end, whatever a 1 terabyte database did on a 5 gigabyte NIC, that's what you got. Not very proactive, probably more expensive, definitely 50% chance you hit, 50% chance you don't. So that's the magic of the user story, because it gives the who, what, and why. And again, we used to talk about the system. System has nothing to do with the user. And so a lot of user pain comes from that. And so it's a three-part thing I mentioned before, and here it is, as a role, and you get very specific. That's the point. If this was the example from before, the e-commerce website, right, is as a teenager using my parents' credit card, I want to pick one of the saved credit cards so that I can quickly buy my stuff. Then another one is as a parent with a teenager, I want to see when my teenager spends more than some preset amount of money that I choose so that I can make rent that much because they spend too much, right? That neither of those things would have made it into a waterfall requirements document, and that would definitely be a reason that I would stop using some e-commerce site, right? If my kids are able to spend and I have no control over it, well, then I'm not gonna use that site anymore. And on the other side of that, if I have too much control, you're not gonna make any money because my kids can't buy anything. So that would have just happened. Either it would have been me not using it or them not using it. The point is, you would not have gotten me as a customer. But Amazon, yeah, they're buying stuff on there all the time, and so far it is working out. That is knowing your customer kind of thing, and the user story is how we're explaining that, focusing on the user, and it ensures communication. It allows you to give that prioritization and stuff because you're looking at real stuff. 1 terabyte database on a 5 gigabit hub that there's either it is or it isn't. We're going to put it in. Okay, great. There's no why do we need this? What is this sub-second response time? Do we really need? How about if we put a spinny wheel on there and it takes them 3 seconds, but there's a spinny wheel that says processing? Sure, we can do that. There's when the requirement was terabyte database, there's nothing to argue about. It's just, okay, here's your terabyte database. But there's lots of ways to solve a problem. All right. So OpenTable is a restaurant booking platform. And by the way, is that a real thing or is that a made up? What we're going to do is just, we're going to go through what I was just talking about. That is the writing the user stories in the as a user. I want action so that then there's the end result or the goal. Identify different user types for the collections feature and write 5 stories for that. So we'll just do that right here. But I was just wondering, is OpenTable a real thing, or is that another one of those made up words? I really don't know, and it doesn't
It's
really
a real company.
matter. Oh, okay. Has anyone used that one?
Yes, it's usually to reserve seats or when you reserve for restaurants. And
Oh,
I
okay.
think Yeah, and I believe it's also implemented in Yelp.
Oh, okay. I see. Well, that is the example, and you guys know what it is, so that makes it better. So when it says collections, actually my thing was as a whoop, as a user, I want something feature so that that is the format there. And since you know what it is, we're doing a collection. So that means we want to save off restaurants that we like. So does anyone have, I have one that just popped into my head, by the way. And that is, there should be a collection of restaurants that I would like to go to. Like I know I want to go to that seafood restaurant in Scottsdale, Arizona. Next time I will be there in 3 months, I want to remember that I want to go to that one. But if we're using this collections feature, then we're really only going to restaurants that we've already gone to, right? So now we're kind of limiting ourselves. So I'm going to put one here as a occasional restaurant customer. I want to capture restaurants that I will so that I can visit later when appropriate. Now, so you see the difference there? That idea is actually not part of at least how I understood what they wanted to do, but in the process of writing out the need, it turned out to be that, oh my God, we have this other need that we hadn't even considered, but it is something, for the regular restaurant people, that's already built in just to their head. Like they're like, oh yeah, I want to go to that new restaurant I haven't been to yet. For me, however, it's more of a, it's lunchtime, I'm in Scottsdale, and where do you want to go to lunch? Oh, I don't know. Where do you want to go to lunch? And it ends up I go to the one place that I know. Hot wings and cheap beer, that's always my go-to. But then I get home and I'm like, oh yeah, there was that Thai food restaurant. So anyway, does somebody have another one for this? Again, the idea is we're learning about this this format, and you may already be using this format and it doesn't seem like it's a big deal to you, but it absolutely, it is magic. I promise you.
Luke, over here, do you think one of the user types would actually be the restaurant owner, like the restaurant itself, that the story
Mhm.
can be that, okay, as a restaurant representative for OpenTable, I want to ensure that my restaurant is listed on the app so that it can be accessed by potential users for the collection feature.
So depending on the application, yes, absolutely. And that's a great example of specifically about the different users. And so yes, this is as a registered restaurant, because we assume they have to, pay some amount of money or to do something like that. I want to make sure that my name is highlighted when chosen for collections. Yes, and that's the thing about the users. It's, when somebody is looking at it, when your boss is looking at what their mind is only on the customer, and they're not thinking about, you don't make any money off of that, right? You get your money off of the restaurants. And so remembering that is the important part, just like we just did. Sunny, did you have a comment? Oh, looks like we have a
I was just going to add another possible feature, use case.
sure.
So one could be that if I'm part of the collections, based on the time of the day that the user is, trying to book for, put one restaurant, kind of resort, like kind of show the ones that open for dinner, and things like that.
Oh, okay. That is great. As a collections user, I want to see the listed places ordered by time of day so that I see breakfast restaurants during breakfast time. That is yeah, because like I said, I'm not like a restaurant every day kind of. Mom's a home ec teacher, by the way, so I do actually cook and stuff. That has happened. No, I'm gonna go to that restaurant and I find out, it's lunchtime, and I find out it's one of those restaurants that doesn't open till 5 because they only do evenings. It's like, I just wasted my time. So that is a great one. And hopefully you see the whole point here is, as I said, and I say it all the time, every time we talk about user stories, they are magical. It is such a big difference between the old way of doing it and this user story way. It does not seem, it's like, well, it's the same thing. You're just writing your sentence in a different way. But no, it is a huge difference in your results, and that is because of all of the assumptions that go into reading something like that, like these examples that we just had there. I am a non restaurant person, so my assumptions about how this thing is used are going to be different than somebody else's. Oh, anyway, acceptance criteria.
Sorry, can I, Luke, can I
That
ask a quick
bullet
question?
should have been the first one. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to know that when we are building the PRD, how does it contain stuff related to the prioritization. So for example, like what we've learned so far is that, we want to build something, we throw the ideas, we prioritize the list, and there are all those different models wherein, we put should have, could have, would have. What is the life
Mhm,
length of PRD? Like what point in time every set of feature that we have outlined for a product
mhm.
and categorized or prioritized is, etc. What is PRD? Is it a time uh, in point document to be referred, or like everything related to the product encompassing? So
So,
any light that you can shed there, yeah.
right. And so that because this is your document, it is about your organization. See, as you were saying before, I think it was you about it. We really use it with the executives. Once the executives have got the idea, uh, then you don't have to update it again. I would suggest that you keep it updated all the time, but I would also suggest that you get to the point where you don't. The PRD is really just an export from Jira, right? Because all the information is there. The user stories are there, certainly. And if you can export that into a document and format it in such a way that somebody would want to see it, then you don't have to rewrite it. Right now, today, it needs to be up to date is the point. If you publish it, right, then it needs to be the data needs to be accurate as of today, or you look like you don't know what you're doing. Right. I mean, you can send it out and say in parentheses, this data is 3 months old, but yeah, you look kind of, that's
I
perfectly
guess, Luke,
acceptable. That's not the way to get the
what I'm
raise thing.
trying to find is that products are built iteratively, right? So let's say
Right.
you, and I'm probably introducing this agile concept or even water polish, right? Like based on projects and stuff. So if you are trying to do something for the first 90 days in one PI and then for another, do you keep revving up? But in totality, that product is being developed for. Are you going to, like, product is the same, of course, new features are getting added, etc. So do you keep maintaining the PRD for the entirety of the product as new things are added, probably add sections and say phase 2, etc. Or literally, again, in terms of like agile scaled agile concept, that PRD is created for what is the scope for the next 90 days. So in that sense, it will not be everything that product contains in a single document
Right.
as a reference, but things that is prioritized to be built in the next 90 days and things like that.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I was saying when you publish, so you should, you have an idea of how often it goes out there to get alignment from everyone. Now you may have to let's say that's once a month you decided, and you may have to do 1-2 weeks into the month because you made some sort of change and there's somebody that really needs to see that change in context. But that's a one-off kind of thing. I just want to say that so you don't take it as a rule, but theoretically it's one of those documents that gets updated less and less as you're comfortable that everything that's in there is understood. So this part that we're in right now is a perfect example. We're talking about user stories and about key characteristics of user stories. And what I just changed there, by the way, was to make sure that the most important part is that it's testable. Everything else is fine, but if it's not testable, then it shouldn't be in there because you have no control over it or you can't figure out what it is. And so that's you need to figure out something that is able to be figured out, if that makes any sense. You know, it needs to be fast. Well, that's not testable. That unless it needs to be fast enough that my kids cry because I'm going too fast. That's testable. You know, are his kids crying? You're going too fast. You have that, but just it goes fast is not. That's why because sometimes you're like, oh, well, that's obvious. That makes sense. What is fast? No, that is not obvious. This is great and interesting. Needs to be in your PRD. Completely not. It's useful in that we are giving it to everyone and we are gaining alignment, yada, yada, yada. But there's some developer that has to create that. Your developers are not looking at this document, right? They will look at Jira because you force them to look at Jira. They're just not going to read this. So eventually, if it's just, we need to make sure the developers, then you don't have to update this document at all because you're busy updating Jira. So I hope that answered the question. It is like that. It shouldn't have to be whoops. I went the wrong way. It shouldn't have to be updated. You can have a plan to update it, you know, once a quarter, and then you might have to do it once a month because you want to show everyone changes that are made at the very beginning. But a year later, you might stop doing it at all if everyone is comfortable with looking at the Scrum board and stuff, right? So because you're doing safe at your place, you know, at the beginning of the PI, you know, when the train takes off, we might do it a few times just to make sure everybody is, you know, for a couple of sprints. But after that, nobody's going to be reading that. Or anyone that asks the question, what is the acceptance criteria? You don't show them this document, you show them Jira. And the acceptance criteria will also be in Jira because that's where the developer will say that I'm done and where somebody can go test the fact that it is done, right? Okay. And talking about testable, there are functional and non-functional requirements. And that's what we're going to look at next. I mentioned this before. Depending on, whoops, there we are. I am, I've got multiple things going on there. Okay. Functional requirements at the very beginning of an agile transformation. This is all the developers usually will look at and will allow to be in their Jira. And that's one of the reasons you need the PRD in reality is you need some place to write down the non-functional. It's a maturity kind of thing, you know. I'm an engineer, you only give me numbers, and there are some non-functional things that'll be the next slide. They're not numbers per se, they're not programming that number, but there's still things that if the system doesn't do this, the users are going to hate it, that, you know, they need to be done. And after a while, when everyone's comfortable and everyone realizes non-functional requirements are important too, that all kind of blends together. But So that's in waterfall, the system shall allow a choice between 4 options. When you get to Agile, you can say, as a customer service representative, I want to select my options so that I may personalize for exactly what I have to do. Remember, I said that user stories are magical. This is one of those examples. If we had just the system shall allow the user to choose from 4 options. Well, if I read that, system shall allow the user to choose 4 options, I'd give you 4 radio buttons. Totally makes sense, right? If they said choose from 4, okay, whichever one you want, click on this button, that's the one you got. If you look at the user story, though, I want to select my, I know I'm a CSR, a customer service representative. And because I work there, or because I'm the one writing this portal, I'm like, oh, well, sometimes they need 1, sometimes they need 2, sometimes they need 2, and they need 4 at the same time. So instead of giving you radio buttons, I'm going to give you check boxes, because I know if that's what you want to do to personalize, that you might switch off. You know, you might need 1, you might need 0, you might need all 4, and I'll just give you the option to do whatever you want, right? The difference there, I as the developer thought I was doing what I was supposed to do, right? The waterfall said allow a user to choose from 4. I allowed them to choose from 4, but I would have been wrong. And you would have released software, and that software would have failed, right? The users would have gotten it. How do I do 2 and 4? I can't do it. Right? Would have been a SAV1 failure, production incident. They cannot personalize what they need to personalize to get their job done. Huge problem. Your boss is called, your boss's boss is calling your boss before they call you. Disaster. Magically with Agile, that disaster never happened. So functional requirements are things like that. Some programmer made the choice, radio button, no radio button. In the second one, you know, want the batch to process at 12 a.m. so that I can be sure that all transactions for the day are included. If you read those words, as a developer, I might say, well, we're going to process at 12 a.m., but I know the batches are coming in until 12 a.m., so I might start my process and there's still another batch that's being uploaded. I'm going to actually set up the timer for 12:05 so that anything that made it in at 12 a.m. gets through and we don't have any missed batches. So your programmer there just saved you from a federal audit and a lot of problems because you didn't, your system didn't didn't give the money to the people it needed to give, right? It didn't pay the vendors or whatever, and that can have some big problems. So functional and non-functional are, the functional things are what the system should do, the radio buttons or what have you. The non-functional is how that system might accomplish what it needs to accomplish. So some of the examples here, performance, scalability, usability, reliability, those are all I mean, they're numbers, but it's not something that the engineer specifically programs, and that's why they're like, well, don't give me the non-functional requirements. And it's crazy when they say that, because it's absolutely, it needs to, the very last one, ability to handle increased workload or user base at a specific number, 10,000 concurrent users. Now, they're not writing code that says log in 10,000 users, but they're writing the login code. And if their login code is single threaded, that is, one person logs in at a time, well, to get 10,000 people to log in, people are probably going to have to wait quite a while to log in, and that's probably not going to be a good experience. So these are hugely important for the engineers, but for whatever the reason, it sometimes it's just like, wow, those are non-functional. That's for you business people to decide. It's like, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure none of these business people are making that decision to single thread something that should be multi-threaded. But anyway, that kind of thing happens, and that's why I bring it up. And then, oops, the example, non-functional versus oh, I just put a definition here. I need to make sure words are the bane of my existence, and this has happened to me before. I said non-functional, as in these requirements that we were just talking about. Somebody heard non-functional, as in doesn't work. Now, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you have a requirement for something that doesn't work? But that's how it went up and down the communication chain kind of thing. So make sure, especially on video chat, because you got that you've got that transcription going on that's already wrong. Make sure you check for that, and make sure people understand that non-dash functional requirements are requirements that work. They just are requirements that work about how the system performs actions, not what the system does, but they are not actually non-functional, that is, not having any particular purpose or function. Silly that I put it up there, but that one's actually not a joke. I joke a lot. That one really does happen. And now we are back to this particular one. Whoops.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the previous slide?
Oh, sure.
So just a question on those examples. Are these examples of functional requirements?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the title of this slide is non-dash functional requirements. So the first thing is non-functional. Functional means what the system does. This is how the system, and so these are examples of, whoops. These are examples of functional, and so I'm going to update the slide right now to make sure, because that obviously wasn't clear. Again, words are the bane of my existence. So thank you for asking, because it is a
Yes, thank you. I was
matter.
confused.
There we are. Examples of non-functional requirements. There we are. Every time I change something, the animation starts again. So yeah, so things like security, again, it's definitely not the business that's implementing what kind of encryption there is. But, and that's a great example, sometimes a level of encryption is chosen. That's a business decision. That's a risk decision, right? It is the engineer will implement whatever algorithm you want to be implemented. So whatever industry you're in, there is a standard, whatever risk level that you have appetite to take, right? Those are all business things. But the engineer is the one that has to do it. Okay, so the guided practice, sorry, I did it again. I wanted to get an animation in there and it just didn't happen. There we are. Now we have an animation. So this is, and this is the guided practice. So this is the one that's in the LMS guided practice number 1. And basically in there, these are the, you know, they always give you the directions and stuff. These are the prompts that you can get if you go to ChatGPT. You can create a roadmap using ChatGPT that goes through all of these things. However, you're either going to get raised or fired if you do that one. Develop a roadmap for launching a food delivery app that meets customer needs and stays within budget. We didn't say anything about what budget. We didn't say anything about what the customer needs are, but the generative pre-trained transformer will use the large language model in order to generate the most likely best answer for that prompt. And because nothing is known, then everything will be made up. It is not a hallucination. It is making things up on purpose because that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to choose the next best word, the next best paragraph. And now with 5.0 for GPT anyway, now it actually goes through and does a lot of kind of recursive things. I'm going to figure out what the process should be. Then I'm going to figure out what the, you know, it's going to do a much better job of making everything up. So it's supposed to make everything up. You give it some information, it will make it up using your information. And if you give it enough information in the right way, it will generate something that it is made up, but it happens to be made up exactly the way that you need it as a product manager. And I mentioned this one last time. AI is not taking your job, but somebody who uses AI well, they're coming after your job. And so if you don't figure out the tricks, you're in a bad place. So We're actually not going to do it this way, though, because they gave us those examples and then just left us hanging there, if you recall. So if you don't mind, there's your answers, and it is in the guided practice. If you want to do ChatGPT, we will continue on over time to learn more and more tips and tricks. That one that I gave about at the very beginning, using things like Think Hard in order to force ChatGPT 5 to use the better models in order to get a better answer. That's just brand new. That's why that's the one I did first there, because you didn't used to do that. You didn't used to have to do that. That would have been considered wasting money previously. Like, why would you say that? Of course it's going to do its best. Nope, not anymore. Not in this version. So that's why that one is there. But as I mentioned earlier, they had this slide, and then it was just like, oh, well, now that you know about these things, you know about them, let's move on. So instead, why don't we fire one of these up and see what there is to see. So did anyone take a look at these? Did you have I mean, it's the ones Chat PRD or Laiga. Whoops, I did it again. I keep on, yeah. That I'm talking about. I mean, we can also do the other ones, but these are the ones. They are purpose-built for product management, and I think they're awesome. And right now, today, I suggest, yeah, if you can use them, go ahead and use them. But I don't see how they stay in business for very much longer. Unless they have some intellectual property that they have a patent on, so nobody else can create a PRD in the way that they create it. Eventually it'll probably happen sooner rather than later. What they're charging for will just become free and whatever. Anyway, anyone have a one or the other? I will just click on one of the choices, but I was figuring somebody would want to one or the other. Okay. Well,
Chat
in
PRD.
that case, okay. Just because you saw me putting my mouse in the other one, wasn't it? All right. That one does have the specific name, Chat PRD. Aha. There we are.
Look, I'm also a
Okay.
little bit kind of curious that when we are especially working in industry where you launching a feature or a thing first will have a lot of kind of a influence on how you place your market, your product and things like that. So they're using the AI, does it, I mean, into your knowledge, because eventually it'll become your IP and then you wouldn't want to share it. There's a lot of sensitivity around what kind of information should be made public, especially before things are like launched and stuff. So in that case, all this using the AI and I don't know, providing some details in your prompts and things like that. What are the, I don't know, fall, pitfalls and any other concerns that one should keep in mind and not?
Right. Well, so first of all, there is the regulatory stuff. And the problem is regulatory has not yet figured out what this stuff is. And I'll give that because one of the big players, Anthropic, they just paid, I believe it was $1.5 billion with a B. um, because they were using training data without, they were training on books without actually buying the books, right? So there was some copyright kind of stuff that was there. They did it, and by the way, they all did it. Somehow Anthropic got caught, and that's where the answer to your question gets kind of weird. Don't break the law is the answer. There's no way that the other guys didn't do the exact same thing, but Anthropic is the only one that got caught. So somehow in the way that they did it, it was more obvious, or whoever did the class action lawsuit is just going to go after them one at a time, and we'll just keep on seeing it in the news. I don't know which one, but there is a 0.000000001 chance that the other ones didn't do it the same exact way. They're more or less equivalent. Some of them have better features, but they all seem to know about every book that you talk about. There's your example. You know, they read all the books, but somehow that one. So that's the first thing, don't break the law. The second thing is realistically, you are just setting yourself up for disaster. Now, I am at such an age that somebody knowing my birthday is still kind of, how did they find out my birthday? That's personal information. To my kids, birthday, address, favorite fruit, who you want to be when you grow young, they don't have a concept of privacy because that kind of has gone away. And so maybe that's what's going to happen with data privacy. I don't know what kind of changes are going to go on, but the point is, when you give your stuff to the LLM, they get your stuff. They're going to tell you that they don't look at it, but that's a flat out lie, because they have teams of people that they have hired to do that training you saw in the video, right? Well, they have the same thing, groups of people watching, and they are constantly tweaking and looking at things. They're also looking for there's a lot of people that think AI is real. They think that it is not what I have shown you that it is, making up the best story, and sometimes those stories are pretty good. So when AI tells them they ought to kill themselves, well, they kill themselves. And so there's all of the companies are freaked out about that. And you better believe that if you say something like suicide, there is a human that is in there watching immediately or as fast as they can get it, because they do not need another lawsuit. So they got all of the data. They have these giant servers. Of course, they're saving off all that data. So if there's something that is sensitive, you shouldn't give it to AI, because there's going to be humans reading it. You know, it's people used to think that their Facebook, like, how did they get this picture from my Facebook? Like, well, you put it on Facebook. Like, that's what Facebook does, shows everyone your pictures. Of course, somebody's looking at it. It's the same thing with these data models. Now, there will be laws and regulations, and there will be lawsuits, and most of the time it probably doesn't matter. If you're in healthcare, well, it probably does matter. But then again, everyone's going into it. So my personal opinion is that the laws will change, or the lawsuits will get smaller on most everything, because there's a lot of lawyers at corporations, and so it's what do they say? If this is a quote, if 100 businessmen decide to do it, then it is not illegal. And that is kind of a true statement there in a capitalist society anyway. If there's 100 businessmen, they can probably get whatever they want. And the tech bros are the best at that for sure. So did that answer the question? There is no, if you are a cautious person, you absolutely should not do it. What you should do is local LLM. The tech bros don't want you to do a local LLM because they need you to be on the cloud. But you can be on a local LLM. And in fact, I will end right on that. When we start tomorrow, we'll fire up ChatPRD, and we will not fire up what I'm just about to show you. Well, hopefully it starts in time actually, because it takes up a lot of space. Now, my laptop is not a great laptop, right? It is my laptop. And I am not a gamer. But I did just the other day, actually, because of something like this. ChatGPT itself has an open source model, GPT-OSS. If you are interested, want to look it up. And I have there we are. I have loaded on my laptop LM Studio, and you see how it looks like ChatGPT or something? What is the hottest day in Arizona on average? Whoops. Oh, it's loading the model, and as you can see, OpenAI / GPT - OSS. So this is not a not a powerful computer, and I'm able to do it, not do it well, and it's a slow process, and I need to close everything up that I possibly can, in order to get there. But the point is, it is working. It's not the best of the best. It's not ChatGPT 5, but it's equivalent to ChatGPT 4.0, which, when that came out a few months ago, was the best ever and probably going to take over the world, because it's practically artificial general intelligence, which is obviously not true. I'll show you their LM Studio. It's using 1900 megabytes, which is 1.9 gigabytes, which is, we're up to 74% of my memory, but I don't have a gaming system. So, and memory is pretty cheap. We can get to the point. I wasn't planning on doing this one, so the load shouldn't have had to happen there. Now I clicked go, and it is doing its thing. If you were to do this on ChatGPT on the cloud, that answer would already be here, granted. But the point is, this never called out. This never shared any of my information with the tech bros. This is completely by itself. So I have no idea why any corporation anywhere would not be doing it this way. But the point is, they're all doing it the other way. They're all just giving up their data. And I don't understand why. Anyway, we'll let. Usually, as I said, I have everything shut off if I'm going to try this thing, and I don't usually. Try this thing. Probably OneDrive is having a performance hit because it is Microsoft, and Microsoft always has a performance hit. So you can see it's taking minutes to do something that should be done in seconds, but we do not have $1 trillion worth of processing power here. We have a, I believe it's a i7, no, just the built-in Intel, and Windows 11. So it's going to take a while, but eventually it's going to come back with an answer. And I guess I should show you, here is an answer that came through. I was actually testing RAG at the time, the retrieval augmented generation. So what I did is I gave 4 case studies from a company, and then asked it to look at those case studies, and you can see what it did was answer the question using those case studies. And that was the whole thing here. So those case studies were not shared with the tech bros, yet it was able to come back with some answers and even some citations. Well, no, I guess those would probably be from the, no, those are probably real life citations, because they're already inside the large language model that's actually running on this system. You can see 6 gigabytes of RAM being used. So you don't have to stay any longer. We are over. If you want to see how long it takes, I'm interested now, just because I haven't been not that it's really, this is just my computer and it's a very slow computer, or a very low performance compared to what you probably have. I have this thing here, which is called Task Kill. And there are some things like Adobe has secret programs that it runs in the background so I like to kill those. I hope you've done the survey. We'll start tomorrow by actually doing the chat PRD, and then we'll jump into lesson 2. But go ahead and take off. I'll let everyone know how what time this thing ended, and then I'll restart the computer and do it again with the same prompt and see what time it ends. What was
Hey,
that?
Luke,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't know if someone else was saying something.
Oh,
Okay, so no, what I was thinking, Luke, is that tomorrow, if you are okay, can one of the prompts include like this is what is prioritized for Q1, this is prioritized for Q2 kind of a thing, and then
oh,
build
sure.
it? I
Yeah.
just want to see, because ideally, I mean, and in an entirety, a product will not be planned in one go, and I'm still not able to
Mhm.
wrap up that. Will you create a, like, for example, in my organization, somebody is starting a new insurance type, for example, right? And it's completely different. For all purposes, nobody is going to be able to outline literally everything that would go in there, right? Somebody is going to think about it, what will go in MVP, then probably somebody will ideate that what should go in the next quarter. And slowly over a period of time, it becomes like a full solution and then goes into like the maintenance mode, right? So just trying to think, how does a PRD sit, especially keeping in mind that you have the agile delivery model. So it doesn't completely replace the initial documentation, which probably go in some sort of a budget approvals and
Mhm.
the highest paid individuals inside the strategic office inside, whether we should invest in it and things like that, right? So just trying to think what is the lifetime of a PRD for what it's intending to do on a product in totality and in piecemeal iterative kind of 90-day marker kind of a thing. So anything you can do to
Okay.
kind of showcase that, that'll be helpful.
Yeah, for sure. We'll do that. And by the way, that's actually one of the things that would be if implemented, one of the huge benefits of things like GPTs, because probably what's happening is there are conversations going on, maybe on Teams, maybe on Slack, maybe in email. And you, as the project manager, there's some thread that you're just not on, or some thread that you just didn't notice, where there's something that happened. Like somebody said, "Oh my God, we can't upgrade until we get to version 3," and version 3 change control board said we can't have that until the 15th. And that little piece of information is out there, but somehow you didn't notice it. It didn't trickle down. Whoever did notice it didn't realize the consequences. It's out there, but nobody has noticed. If you're set up right, the LLM, if you rerun your PRD, the LLM will probably notice that and update that timeline accordingly if in words it is explained this is dependent on that. So if it's in a Gantt chart, may or may not be recognized. Definitely if it's in a critical path analysis, and it's a graphical critical path analysis, it's not going to be noticed. However, if there is an email where somebody says this is dependent on that, it's probably going to notice, and you're probably going to not feel the pain of that unidentified dependency. So that's one place where AI is just freakishly awesome, because that is unstructured data. That's just, if you saw the email, if you noticed the text, if you were in that conversation on Slack, and so oftentimes you missed it. You won't miss it with with these tools if you're using them right. So that example is just a great one. There we are. It changed, by the way. Now it's loading an embedding model for, so it is, and by the way, I saw what this is still, see how it says RAG v1? It's actually loading those documents that I loaded before. So I am gonna do this one again, or maybe we'll do it first thing tomorrow, but I'm going to shut it down now because it's not going to go through. We need to end the class. We're way over now. So I will talk to you guys tomorrow, and we'll definitely do a prompt like that to end out lesson 1, and so we can get to lesson 2. We had the 3 groups there, and now we're going to talk about the designers and talk about the engineers as well. That'll be what tomorrow is. So see everyone. Thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Have a good day.
You bet.